I couldn't the last one.
Yeah, you're going to have to ask him if there's any reportable action.
I'm sorry.
Here.
Councilman Kalujevic, absent, and Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, city manager, anything to announce from the closed session actions?
Yes, closed session is still pending, but we do have reportable action for item F9, and that is the council gave city attorney unanimous authorization to defend the city in the case listed in that matter.
Okay, that's it?
For now, that's it, but we will be back after open session.
Okay, thank you. And let the record show council member Kalujevic has joined the quorum.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we'd like to adjourn to the regular meeting now, the 6 p.m. open session, regular meeting of the city council. I'm calling that meeting to order. Could I get a roll call?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, we're going to do something a little new today before the Pledge of Allegiance. If we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand so we can recognize your service to the country. Okay. That looks like a big zero.
Just you?
Well, I'm not going to stand up for myself. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we will do a few moments of silence. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Thank you. Okay, going to item D, any presentations, proclamations, or announcements?
Mind to each councilman?
Just go through the, okay, Councilmember Nierenheim?
Yeah, so I have my community meeting this weekend at the Veterans Park Senior Center. It was location and date and changed. Everything has changed for a variety of factors. So come on down to the Veterans Park Senior Center this Saturday at 9:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. There is free parking in the neighborhood, but in the surrounding area, it's all metered parking. We'll be out of there at 11:30, so get the metered time until 11:30, 11:45. We have a big agenda to go over, a lot of stuff on there. In fact, the April and May community meetings that I'll be having will also be at the Veterans Park Senior Center as well, because there's work being done at Alta Vista, and they're on it. City staff are on it, contractors are on it, and it should be back in operation in June, back at Alta Vista. May 11th is actually Mayor Bill Brand's memorial paddle out at 11 a.m. So keep that, save the date on that. It should be a big event. We're going to have that at Veterans Park as well. So I'm actually moving my community meeting up an hour from 8:30 to 10:30 to accommodate for that. And we'll have we're gonna have a lot of stuff for that. There's gonna be a lot of exciting memorial events for that, and we specifically choosing that because it was Mayor Brand's favorite place to go do his quote homework at. Would he just sit out there and look at the water, and then people who want to come down who can't paddle out, or if it's bad weather, they go on the pier and watch from the pier. So that'll be lots of fun. And I have my online community meeting next week, Monday at 6:30. The email has gone out for that, so please sign up and register for that. I always get a big showing. I'm gonna have a presentation on both my in-person and online one for the state water project tour that I just did with a bunch of elected officials from around San Diego and LA County. It was very educational and a lot of photos, a lot of education going on, and it's amazing what was accomplished with a vision and execution back in the 1960s. The engineering was phenomenal. To this day, some of that engineering has not been matched, and they supply all the water for Central Valley, or most of the water for Central Valley for the farming. And I've got some interesting facts about that, about your almonds that you eat, and amount of water we get here in the area, and of course the Delta smelt and the Delta project. So it's a big subject. Other than that, there was a big public safety fair this weekend. Thank you for that. That was awesome. Public Works, Public Safety was there. The Kite Festival was big this weekend. They had a huge success. So that was awesome. Cool to see. Thank you for all of that. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thanks, Mayor Light. Actually, the first thing I was going to say is the Kite Festival was fantastic, and it was very crowded, which is not the easiest for parking, but it was great to see so many different kites that were up there. The District 2 community meeting for March will be 2 weeks from this evening, March the 26th, on Zoom, 6 to 7:30, and my special guest will be Mayor Light, the new mayor of Redondo Beach. So register redondo.org under District 2 to make sure you register, because you cannot get in unless you do register. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajerovic.
Thanks, Mayor. My next community meeting will be Saturday, March 30th at 9:30 at the Galleria Leasing Office. It's a combined district meeting with Councilman Obagi in District 4. We're going to be talking about what's going on at the Galleria and Phase 2 over there. And also, Redondo Union is putting on their spring musical, Beauty and the Beast. I will be going on Saturday. If you've never seen a show there, I highly recommend it. It's incredible, so check it out. It's this weekend as well as next weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Obagi.
Yes, if you could light up 2B, please, I'd appreciate it. Repeating the announcement about the March 30th, 2024, 9:30 a.m. District community meeting for North Redondo Beach with Councilmember Kalajerovic. It'll be 9:30, and the L. Catterton will present their concept for the Phase 2 development. We'll bring coffee and bagels, so don't miss that. And then sometime in April, the project will be coming to the Planning Commission. In addition, I wanted to thank our fire departments and police department for an awesome public safety open house, even better than last year's. The fire department had their brand new Seagrave fire truck that is parked and used at a fire station 2 in North Redondo at District 4 on Grant Avenue in McKay. And they were showing that off with all its cool buttons and colors and levers. And the police department was showing off its canine unit and had brought out dogs, showing how the canine likes to latch onto the suit, the bodysuit. In addition, how they smell bombs, and also how they find guns that in evidence that suspects, when they're running away, drop or throw in the bushes. So really great demonstration. Thank you all. You make us all proud.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a whole long list of things to announce, but I just wanted to focus on one thing, and that is to say thank you, Mr. Mayor Jim Light, for coming to our District 5 community meeting last week.
Pleasure.
It was an incredibly informative and inclusive exchange of ideas and information and perspectives about our city and our priorities, and I greatly appreciate your outreach and efforts.
Thank you. For myself, on Friday, Councilmember Barron and I helped the Girl Scouts cut the ribbon on their project in the Girl Scout facility in Anderson Park, and that was very nice. Also got to witness the pickleball players out there nearby. So that was a great event. And just to echo, had a great time at the public safety event that we had out here in the, out in front of City Hall. That was a great event. And saw the kites, but I did not go down to the kite festival, but it looked crowded. So lots of things going on in the city, and it was a great weekend. Let's see, with that, I'd like to get a motion to approve the order of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All four?
Aye.
No opposed? Okay, next, any blue folder items?
Yes, it was related to J, non-agenda items, was public communication, and that's it.
Okay, do we receive and file now, or?
Yes.
Okay,
receive and
can I
file.
get a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All four?
Aye.
All right.
Okay. Consent calendar. Anybody would like to pull anything on the consent calendar?
I don't want to pull anything, but I do want to make a comment to item H3, which is the general plan agreement for place works, $2.2 million that we're now paying out in total as an amendment for $300,000. And I'm glad to see that this is going to be done after so many years. So I appreciate that. Since 2017, I believe it started, late 2016, it was chosen in early 2017, the members. So thank you to all the members that were a part of this for so many years. And
As a GPAC member, we're glad it's over.
I was about to say, you're probably glad it's done. And I'm glad this is moving forward now to finality, final state. Thank you.
Is it going to be done?
By definition.
Yeah, it will eventually be done, yes. But
If
that
we're gonna talk
ultimately
about
will
it,
be
we
up to
should
this,
pull it.
this body and others, so, yeah.
If we're going to talk about it, we should pull it.
Yeah.
Okay, is that it, Councilmember Nairn?
That's it.
Anybody else?
H6, which is the audit, financial.
Financial H6.
I was also going to say H6.
Anybody else? Okay, so we're pulling item H6. Would any member of the public like to talk to any of the consent calendar items that have not been pulled? So anything other than H6, which is our annual audited financial reports. Anybody online?
I have no e-comments or Zoom.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar items other than H6?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous.
Mayor, before you start, I need to read a resolution. For H5, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2403-018, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of class specifications for the position of transit operations and transportation facilities manager. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, now we go on to the excluded consent calendar item, H6, the annual audited financial reports.
Hi, Ms. Colasso. I don't know if she would be the right person. I think she would be. So. The reason I actually pulled this up was I noticed something in there, and I'm trying to find the actual page, but it was talking about our pension obligations. And I was looking at the obligations, and actually after we refinanced the obligations by, I think, collateralizing it to a part of the city, I noticed there were, I think, I want to say only, but it's $22 million, I want to say, of pension obligations. Previous years, it was in the hundreds of millions.
Over 200.
Yeah. And I wanted to draw attention to that because we're lucky, but we still have obligations, unfunded obligations. But we're lucky compared to a lot of cities that have not done this. And I was wondering if either of you could comment on that, because it would have really impacted future budgets if we hadn't done that.
Yeah, happy to comment. Maybe given the perspective, I'll field this one, Wendy. But yes, this was the first time that our audited ACFR reflected the bonding that we did and the payments that we made against our unfunded accrued liability. This doesn't reflect full payment at the time.
Right.
We'll see that ironically in the close of this fiscal year. But I will caveat that good news with the reality is that we will see in the 24-25 fiscal year a new supplemental unfunded accrued liability assessment that will increase that amount. But to your point, yes, everything that we forecasted at the time of carrying those bonds forward, the $100+ million of savings, I think has only grown given what occurred with PERS in 2022 and ultimately saved the taxpayers in Redondo Beach a significant amount of money over a almost 30-year period of time. We're not out of the woods. It's an ongoing battle with PERS and how they perform year to year. And as you know, in 2022, they did not perform well. And we will see a UAL when it's finalized in the $40 to $48 million total amount. So we'll have to start working on that as the next item. But yes, we are much better than our neighbors, and we are much better than the nearly 500 cities in California when it comes to PERS.
Yeah, to those folks who had wrongly stated that the financial condition of the city was not well, basically. First of all, they were cherry picking numbers from COVID where nobody's numbers were great. And the second thing is, as you just said, many other cities have this. I'm really glad that the Budget and Finance Commission had the foresight to recommend this, because we would be in pretty dire straits. And the additional supplemental liability is faced by everybody.
By everybody. And it would have been much worse had we not done what we had done previously. And I will say this audit, by all accounts, is as good as an audit as we've had. Our general fund position was as strong as ever. It's an unmodified opinion, which is the best metric you can receive for these types of things. But it's a year-to-year calculation, and I don't want anybody to take this audit away and think that we don't have our financial challenges going forward. We do. Every budget presents its new set of variables. We'll tackle those in May and June. But at the end of the last fiscal year, we were in strong position, and hopefully we'll be also in strong position at the end of this fiscal year. We'll be talking about mid-year, first meeting in April. We'll have a bit of a forecast and an update on where we stand with revenues and expenditures year to date.
Yeah, just for those who are following along at home, if you want to pull the agenda, it's on pages 149 and 150. Actually, it's of the agenda, and it's actually marked as 108 and 109 for those of you who are also following this. Just to give you an idea, in 2021, our unfunded liability was $143.7 million.
Sure.
This year, it's 22.6 roughly.
Yeah, sure.
That is a significant difference. So while we do owe that money, we're saving hundreds, we're saving
Over $100 million over
yeah.
30 years. Yeah.
So, all right. Thank you so much. That was it.
Councilmember Narenheim?
I do have my hand raised. I'll let someone else go first if they want, because I was on the audit committee earlier today. I learned a lot through the audit committee and going over this. One thing I removed is we have the highest ever reserves, and that speaks impressively to management and savings and
council policy too, yeah.
and the payoff of the pension debt. We have a lot of challenges, but we're financially, even though we don't have the tax income that other cities do, like Manhattan Beach and Culver City, we're making through this pretty darn well. So, and I'm glad to see that the audit committee saw that, we have 1 + 1 = 2. And I also want to say that in one of those ones does not include if one of those ones was fraudulent, meaning if there was some fraud going on. This is just, hey, 1 + 1 = 2. We're actually getting to where we need to go, and how the money is being spent is a different conversation. And to that point, a couple years ago, we did this thing called a Moss-Adams report. And in my motion earlier today at 3:30, when the audit committee met, was to re-engage with the Moss-Adams report as to what we've accomplished on that, what still needs to be accomplished with that, moving forward with another Moss-Adams report. Moss-Adams report was basically a check on our system. What things do we have in place that are checks and balances, real checks and balances. A lot of people talk about checks and balances, but these are actually real ones, and then testing and straining the system. And so we asked for budget response report for that and to actual physical tests, like sending in checks and fake invoices requests. and fraudulent things and making sure they get caught. So, yeah, super happy on this report and what we're doing there on audit committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajerovic.
Yes. I'm glad we touched on ways that we're doing well. Reducing our debt liability is super important. But what stuck out to me that I want to mention is our revenues, just because the report's showing to me that over the last 10 years, our sales tax revenue has grown 6%. And that is just reflective of us not capitalizing on potential business in our city. And it's reflective in ways that are important that people don't realize. And one of the big deals that I hear from residents right now is that we are having issues staffing our after-school programs because we can't offer enough pay to attract those people. And this is affecting families when we are losing staff members to other cities because we can't pay competitively. I think we need to have a discussion about revenue, and that comes from council. That's our direction. And so I'm not pointing blame when I make this comment. I'm saying this is something that we should be paying attention to, and I hope we do in discussions going forward. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, the point is well taken, Councilmember Kalajerovic, and I think on balance, we have had the largest increases to staff salaries across all employment groups that we've negotiated with, I think, in the history of Redondo Beach, but I'm no local historian. With that said, I am also surprised, based on what I've heard that she spoke to, what I've heard from folks, that we have not been able to fill or retain these part-time positions that we so heavily rely upon, both in the summertime and in the after-school program. So I thought we addressed that in the last budget, but clearly we haven't. So we need to continue to address that, and especially because on the aggregate, it's probably not that big of a cost to increase these guys and gals' pay to be competitive with McDonald's, In-N-Out, what have you. So that they want.
Yeah, it's one of those things where to do it, we can, in most cases, pass those fees off to as a charge for service to the families that are interested in the program and are willing to pay the extra amount that would cover those salary increases. It's something that I think heading into the summertime, we were going to revisit with all of you to talk about building out that after-school program, perhaps now growing into the need to offset some of the CDC concerns that were raised, although we're hearing that the district might have another alternate option for those families that may address the concern. But yeah, it's a constant challenge to recruit and retain individuals at all levels of the organization, and in particular, currently at that part-time level where the market has changed dramatically in the last 5 years. It used to be that the city was very much a high-paying option for the youth and early 20-somethings just beginning their career pursuits. These days now, with minimum wage law, we are less than, in many instances, some of the other competing industries.
Is it too early to ask for a budget response report?
Well, you'll get that, I think, naturally, as we address this issue. But no, if you wanted a BRR on our after-school program and changes that can be made, we're already candidly preparing to bring that to you, but certainly doesn't hurt to put that out on the record.
Councilmember Kalajerovic, is that something you're interested in, or just?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's something to focus on. It's not the only thing we
Right.
need to focus on. My comments here, I talked about our revenues, but I encourage all of you to compare those revenues to our surrounding cities with various, different challenges, and we're behind on all of those. So I think while we can save money here and there, I don't think taxpayers necessarily want to cut services or start paying more for certain things. I think we can start doing our jobs better in providing revenue in the city.
Okay. Councilmember.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on the sales tax. I would agree it's kind of paltry, but keep in mind a couple things. One is Amazon. It's definitely hurting everybody. Not everybody, but also the Galleria. The Galleria was a sales tax machine, and it being in the last 6 years, devastated basically, has really, I think, hurt our city. And that's why I think all of us are really cheering for it to come back strongly. And so your point is really well taken. For example, the surroundings, Manhattan Village is doing very well right now. Del Amo is actually not as doing as well as it used to be, but it's still contributing a lot to their revenue. And so your point's well taken. I think these are also macroeconomic issues as well too, especially with online. Online, we do not get everything we should get from online from brick and mortar. That's a definite problem. So well taken.
Yeah, I put it back up again, yeah.
Okay.
When it comes to revenues, I completely hear and understand the sales tax. And where we are really strong on is our real estate property tax revenues. And I'm just going to throw in a shameless plug for our Neighborhood Voices, because it's a statewide initiative bringing back local control to cities. The reason why we're having these difficulties with housing, or excuse me, with sales tax revenue is because we're getting rid of our commercial spaces to put residential. Fisk Lane, 36 units, along PCH. Catalina, we approved a 30-something, 33-unit project, got rid of all that commercial for years, 35, right? And that's where it hits us. If you look at cities like Culver City, which goes from a daytime population of 40,000 to 160,000 people per day, okay? Daytime, and then back down nighttime, 40,000 people. And they're roughly 5 square miles-ish, 5.5 maybe. Manhattan Beach, they're 4.5 square miles. They have a general fund of $70 million. We have a general fund of $104 million. So as like Mayor Brand always said, and everyone else, property taxes do not drive the majority of your income for cities to be able to pay for all your services in your city. So, it's you look at a general plan, and you have the very fabric of what's going on with a community, how they get their revenues. So too bad that we have to have the state coming in, enforcing more housing on us to get rid of commercial, because commercial is where the sales tax revenues come from. And hotels are doing really well over the years. And we got the hotels coming back online. So thank you.
There's no question we need to address, business, how the business climate is in Redondo. I think some of the efforts already in motion will help that, but it's going to take time for them to gain momentum. I mean, we got a couple things going on in the harbor. You got the aviation Artesia corridor, which we're not complete on yet till we're through the general plan update to bring the FAR up there. So there are things in motion, but we should always, I agree with Councilmember Kalajerovic that should be top on our mind, because it funds everything else we do, services-wise, retention of our people here in the city. So thanks for bringing that up. Appreciate it.
And just to add, the Galleria, just to put a historic fine point on it, it's performing at about 20% of its peak level. And that's not adjusted for inflation. So when you think about that, it's pretty sobering reality. There was a time when that property on the aggregate was doing 4x what it's generating today. That's a big number that we're missing.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
One last point. I want to actually thank Councilmember Barron, because he's been focused on the Marine Avenue hotels and making sure that we're getting every dollar we possibly can get out of those revenue sources. In addition, I'd like to say that what we've been doing relative to our parks, all the enhancements at Perry Park to make it so livable, desirable to be at, have enhanced our property values. The property is just across the street from Perry Park on Rockefeller. 3 out of lots have sold for record highs, 1.2 million for buildings constructed in the 1980s, 1990s. So there's a good reason why also our property taxes are going up.
Yeah, the property tax has been our saving grace in the last few years. It's been the bright spot in our revenue stream. UUT's been flat, sales tax has been flat. TOT, although was peaking pre-COVID and was at a great rate, is still coming back from that time frame. So, and that's due to quality of life in Redondo Beach. That's why people come here. Schools, parks,
Police, fire.
environment, safety, all of those things.
Okay, would any members of the public like to address this item? Anybody online?
I have no e-comments or Zoom for the record. Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the financial reports, the audited financial reports?
Motion to approve item H6.
Second. All four?
All right.
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. Okay, public participation in non-agenda items. These are for things that are not on the agenda. Each speaker gets to speak for up to 3 minutes, and we will limit this to 30 minutes. Would any members of the public like to come up and speak? Okay, Ron Mardlow?
Morocco.
Morocco, I see. Your K screwed me up there, so I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. It's a nice way to introduce myself to you, Mayor Light. Welcome aboard. Councilman, I'm actually trying to keep this really brief, but my wife already knows that I won't be able to. I'm just here to thank Michael Klein for all the work he's done for the city. It seems like everything that's good that happens in the city has Mike Klein associated with. So thank you for keeping him happy and on board. Today, and since I can't limit myself to 30 seconds, today we had our 10th Path of History marker installed. It's over at Zoolanger Park at the plaza over there. It's a really nice one. It's all about the community's old city hall, old library, and old firehouse. And it's dedicated on the plaque to the Redondo Beach firefighters, both past and present. I would encourage all of you to go down to the plaza. You get a beautiful sunset down in Zoolanger Park. The public will enjoy it as well, and it's just a nice thing. So thank you for everything that you guys have been doing supportive of that.
I haven't seen it. Is it at the top of Zoolanger Park or down towards the bottom, or?
It's down in the plaza where the flags
The
are
plaza,
flying and
okay.
everything. It's not in the sight line, so it's actually, people will, when they come down the plaza, will be able to enjoy it.
Okay, thank you. Next is Nikki Negretti Mitchell.
Hi, good evening. Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. My husband and myself, we had a very nice meeting with Stuart and Jeff at the Galleria. They needed some updates on our end about the Sea Line, and we got theirs about their Phase 2 housing complex. These guys are not some cold and greedy developer. They are part of our community, and if we're going to do any housing developments, this is the right partnership. Anyway, so I'm going to share my bullet points with you that I shared with them, or they want to reach out to the Metro Board of Directors. So these are the bullet points. And the transit advocates should be super excited about this. South Bay Social District will be its own all-inclusive walkable community. Residents can come home from their work commute on Metro and take advantage of all amenities and never have to get in a car. Future plans for Phase 2, additional 350 housing units are being accelerated. 20% of additional housing will be affordable units. All housing, Phase 1 and 2, totaling 650 units, will be leased as parking space optional. A win for, transit advocate, transit-dependent residents, since it will save them some money on rent. Riders from other parts of LA County will disembark in a desirable destination, plus seamlessly can catch a bus on Artesia, west to the beach, north up into Lawndale, or south to Torrance, or even east to El Camino College and Gardena. Travelers from everywhere, all over the country and world even, that visit the Inglewood sporting and entertainment venues will have access to the new hotel, dining, movie theaters, and the opportunity to catch a bus on Artesia to the beach. Travelers leaving LA can have a spot to enjoy their wait for later flights and then jump on the Metro. The station on Hawthorne will revitalize patronage to the local small businesses. South Bay Social District can collaborate with the City of Redondo Beach and Metro to configure a safe and visible station with elevators for accessibility and bike lockers for transit-dependent riders with seamless access to buses. They're going to be replacing the Artesia front road with some walkable paths and lending to a more walkable vision. And there are a ton of trees that they're adding, and plus a green space. So this is, I'm concerned about the North Redondo Beach community. They might get mad at me, but hopefully they'll have time to digest it and understand where I'm coming from. I was struck by how thoughtful Stuart was in the planning of the architecture. Aesthetic improvements for the homes on Kingsdale and the entire neighborhood behind them. Then it's going to be a more neighborhoody vibe and feel more homey. Uh-oh, can I have another 30 sec?
I have a motion to
30
extend.
seconds.
Go ahead. 30 seconds.
Okay, so that'll bring in a neighborhood vibe, and they'll have, pretty porches across the street to look at instead of black asphalt, the back of Kohl's and all of that. So it'll be more homey. It'll be more organic, and, with the porches and some shrubs, and little trees and stuff. It'll raise their property value. And best of all, it'll be a nice buffer between those houses on Kingsdale and the neighborhood behind, and the heavy activity on Hawthorne Boulevard, especially when the Sea Line comes to town. So that's it.
Thank you.
I'll email this stuff to you.
Any other members of the public? Come on down.
Good evening. Good luck with your new mayorship.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your responsiveness to emails that I sent recently. And I just want to thank the police department for having the open house.
Can you
Sunday.
give your name for the
Oh,
record?
Dr. Andrew Lesser, Lesser, District 1. I just learned in the paper today that the annual International Kite event was Sunday, so it didn't seem to hurt the attendance at all at the police open house. So I'm not going to take up any more time. I saw the agenda for your closed session. I don't envy you, so I'll keep it short. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Joan Irvine, District 1, Mayor, City Council people, city staff, and people who are here. I've been advocating for legal cannabis dispensaries and businesses in Redondo since 2017. During this time, I have focused on easier access for seniors and youth safety. Also, I have mentioned the need for education, which is impossible to provide in the 3 minutes allocated at City Council meetings. Since the city is moving forward in the process, we are past the if, just a matter of when. So education based on current reality, not old data or scare tactics, is important. Therefore, I have started a monthly radio program, Your Best Life, on healthylife.net, which is a 21-year-old internet radio station based in Redondo Beach. During my show, I discuss various aspects of cannabis with other experts in the field. One of my guests was the community outreach director for the pharmacy dispensary in Santa Ana. She discussed the basics of cannabis, their senior education and compassionate care for veterans programs. By the way, this dispensary is owned by the Glass House Group. The owner of this company is a Palos Verdes High and USC graduate, was a special ed teacher, was a Torrance police officer, and has been on the board of the Cancer Support Community for almost 2 decades. And along with his wife, they were the 2023 honorees. So if you want to learn more about cannabis, go to healthylife.net and search on Dr. Joan Irvine. You can also go to my website, Dr. Joan Irvine, and click on Ask Dr. Joan to see related articles. If you have specific questions or would like me to speak to your group, please email me at joan@joanirvineconsulting.com. Until we have cannabis dispensaries here in Redondo, know that effective this January, no city can prohibit medical cannabis deliveries. So I may be organizing educational events along with a medical cannabis delivery company. In addition, just so people know, on my program, I discuss sexual enhancement since this has been my area of focus for over 30 years. And I want to thank Mayor Light for having pointed this out on Facebook a few years ago, that in addition to my 40 years of technology and 20 years in online child protection technology, that I'm a sex educator and I wrote a book on sex. By the way, I was even interviewed by Barbara Walters on The View in 1998. So thank you for the plug, Mayor Light. I will keep you updated since there's always more to come. And your first lesson, and we talk about this in the industry, is low and slow. If you're going to consume cannabis, start as low as possible and just do it very, very slowly. So first lesson and more to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Waller.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I want to start off and actually thank you, Jim, for attending the roundtable meeting last week. It was great to have you there, very informative, and it was really wonderful to hear you tell us about all the accomplishments and what the city is doing. I think it makes a big difference for you to be able to tell the leaders what's happening like that. But what I'm here for tonight, what brought me here was I had a number of people reach out to me over the last couple of weeks, and this is entirely about process, not about people. But the issue was that when the mayor was chosen, it was all done in one meeting, and people had a lot of complaints that they came to me about. I don't know why they're not all coming here, but they came to me. And the issues they had was that it was one meeting, and most people were expecting in that meeting to find out what will the process be for how they're going to appoint the mayor, so that they could come to the next meeting and comment, potentially put in an application, things like that. And because it all happened in one meeting, people complained to me that it was all a backroom deal, it wasn't transparent. I'm not saying it was. I'm just saying the lack of the speed that it happened really made it appear that there was a lack of democratic process. So it's not going to happen again. So I can't say in the future you should help, do it. Just letting you know that the word's getting around, and I'm not complaining about it, about what happened. I think Mayor Light's doing a great job. I've already seen him. That's why I thanked him. He's already doing a really good job here. So just wanted to let you know that the process just had the appearances of being too speedy for what we could have done. Thank you.
Excuse me, can you state your name for the record?
Oh, thank you. Sorry, Brad Waller, District 1. Sorry.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, anybody online?
Yes, we have Nancy Skiba.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I wanted to speak briefly about the fact that there, are crimes against women, a lot of crimes going on in places like mall parking lots and, in our streets. And a couple of years ago, right before COVID, Redondo Beach had a women's and/or senior self-defense class. But after COVID, they haven't had any more here at Redondo. I recently attended one in El Segundo, which was given by their police department, and it was absolutely awesome. Wanted to still keep in touch with Chief Hoffman and our police department in hopes that we can have, again, Redondo Beach self-defense class for women. And there's a possibility that Beach City Health District may somehow partner up with some of the police departments. We don't know that yet. It's not all finalized. But I really wanted to encourage Redondo to have such a program, and for women, especially if they do have this, to please attend and take advantage of these things, because you never know when you might need it. And the class I went to at El Segundo, it was trained by 4 officers who had been trained in self-defense at the academy and with Krav Maga and with Gracie Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So it's very interesting, with a lot of fun. And really encourage people to go to these classes, and hopefully we can have our own here in Redondo. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's it, and we have 2 e-comments. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Last chance for anyone from the public. Okay, I'm closing that section. We'll now jump into item N1 is our next item, and that's related to Assembly Bill 2560.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. And as you stated, this item relates to California Assembly Bill 2560 and how it could potentially impact the application of the state's density bonus law in the coastal zone. And for a little bit of background, coastal zones, a legislatively defined geographic region established under the California Coastal Act that encompasses both the land and water along, we have a presentation, along the full length of the California coastline. And currently, the California Coastal Commission regulates all development in the coastal zone under the act, and they do this through the issuance of coastal development permits and the certification of local coastal plans like the one in place here in Redondo. And so looking at AB 2560 specifically, it was authored by Assembly Member David Alvarez, co-authored by State Senator Scott Wiener, and it seeks to remove the coastal zone exemption from the state's density bonus law.
Hold on 1 second. Can someone close the door? Thank you. Sorry, Luke.
Oh, no problem. Thank you, sir. And so for density bonus law, it was designed to support the development of affordable housing units and allows developers to seek incentives based on the percentage of affordable units that they include in their projects in areas that were already zoned as residential. And so these incentives can include reduced parking permits, increased density, among other things. And so at this point, the California coastal zone is exempt from the state density bonus law, and so these incentives can't be applied in the coastal zone. And so this item tonight is basically just this overview, brief presentation. And if council seeks to discuss the item and establish a policy position, this would give you an opportunity to do so, and then potentially request that staff produce either a resolution or a letter expressing this policy preference, and we could potentially bring that back to y'all at a later date to consider for approval or amendment. And that's my presentation now, and as always, I'm here to answer any questions you might have on this.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji?
Thanks, Mayor. The COG, at my request, added this to their legislative matrix and took a position of opposition to it. And I think the important thing for us to keep in mind here is obviously we support any efforts to establish affordable housing in this housing crisis that exists in the state of California. But this is just a snippet of the larger picture of how the state is usurping our power to control land use in our own city and essentially telling us that we're not responsible enough to provide affordable housing in our own community, despite the fact that we have a Section 8 housing program, despite the fact that we're working on an inclusionary housing ordinance, despite the fact that we have a certified housing element that stood up in 2 different Superior Court cases. So I would like us to oppose that aspect of it, that the legislature continues to take away our power to control this very important issue. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other members of the council? Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, so I know we're talking about AB 2560, but next week we're doing SB 951, I believe, right? Both of these bills are extremely dangerous. You know, to give everyone a quick background on the Coastal Act, which was voted into a voter initiative, the reason why we have the Coastal Commission was back in 1974. It was, the Coastal Act was voted into its approval. It happened for a couple of different reasons. The basis started in the 1960s. San Francisco Bay had their own Commission Act area that they have deemed as sacrosanct. And that's why you see when you go up to the Bay Area, you'd be working at Facebook or Google, leave at 12 noon, get in your car, go drive to one of the many dozens and dozens of preserves that are in the San Francisco Bay Area, go hunting for some duck, come back, and be back in your office by 1 o'clock. Cargill gave up 15,000 or 30,000 acres where a lot of these hunting areas are at. Up in the North Bay portion of the bay, they reclaimed industrial portions of the bay and can convert them from commercial industrial to open space and lands. Santa Barbara experienced in the late 60s, early 70s there, the oil spill. That was the spark that ignited the movement to get the Coastal Commission, Coastal Zone, Coastal Act going. And what's so important about that is all the state legislators were against it. The governor, Jerry Brown, was against it. They claimed the sky would fall. They claimed that you can't do this. And one of the reasons they claimed was, and another one of the major pieces of why this match was lit was because developers were coming to the coastline and buying up pieces of property and just simply developing them as large and as big as they wanted to. Look at District 1 in Redondo Beach, right where I represent, Little Miami. You have the second largest apartment building, and I learned actually it's the second largest, tallest apartment building, because the tallest apartment building, or tallest residential building is actually is a senior living center in Torrance, right near downtown, or the city hall. Oddly enough, learned that on my water trip last week, 2 weeks ago. And if you look at that building, the 12-story building, including the parking, it's just like Miami. There's no access to the beach. There's no views to the beach. There's no parking for the beachgoers. And that portion from just south of the pier, the only place where you can park is A, metered parking, and B, the city Veterans Park there. So what this does here is it crystallizes their entire intent to usurp the California Coastal Act of 1974, which required housing to be built, 25% of which would be affordable housing, which was stripped out of the act in their 1981, 1982, right? Because developers said, "Oh, you can't do this. This is killing us. Our development is can't be profitable. Can't be profitable." Heard that before. Heard that just a few months ago when we talked about the Catalina project. And then a few years later, they came back with a Mills Act that says any project with 10 units or more requires 10% affordability. In 1984, I believe it was. And since then, the state has been taking away our ability to manage the coastline, manage our city, manage our zoning. And then they've been telling us that we aren't doing what needs to get done, especially in housing. 2560 is a statewide bill, which mirrors what they're doing at SB 951, which we'll talk about next week, up in San Francisco. The County Board of Supervisors for San Francisco is vehemently against, led by Aaron Peskin, up in San Francisco for SB 951. And this is one step that is so beyond dangerous, destroys the voters' ability to preserve what they have intended back in the 1970s, because the intent long-term here is the State Density Bonus Act can be changed by the free will of the state legislature. So if they say, oh, there's all of a sudden now there's 1 unit of affordable housing in here, that's what they will consider that as state affordability. So they can just change this law, which they're doing up there in Sacramento, left, right, and center all the time. And the only, we can oppose this. I'm going to oppose this, vehemently oppose it. But I'll just say to the council and the residents out there that in the end game, we can oppose, we can fight it, we can win, but it's not going to matter because they just come back the following year and pass more of these state laws. And the only way we're going to get done with this is what Mayor Brandt started here was our neighborhood voices. And I gave a presentation the other day in Rolling Hills Estates, collected a few very large checks, and they get it. Up in PV Estates, they don't have a certified local coastal plan, which means they're along the coastline and nothing is certified coastal commission. They have a developer's remedy project up there, massive one, not in the coastal zone, but just outside, way outside. But this is coming to every single one of these cities. And this is the first step to erode any ability for any city, or any resident to have access to the coastline. And Senator Wiener up there, this is cover for, there's a project up there. It's a 50-story skyscraper called Slope Boulevard Project. The residents are up in arms. Senator Wiener is just putting his hands, says, I don't know anything about this. It's the area that he represents, but yet he's the one passing all these state laws. And if this passes, either 951 or 2560, either one of the two, this project is not just guaranteed, it's a 50-story project It's guaranteed to go through with no impacts to parking, no impacts to traffic, no impacts to your local parks, infrastructure, sewers. All that's gonna be wiped off the map. It's okay. You can do whatever they want. So it's very dangerous. I expect this to pass the state legislature. They're probably amended a few times. The Coastal Commission is vehemently against this. But we do have to fight this. We have to do our best to fight this. We can't let them get away with it. But the end of the day, our neighborhood voices passing a statewide initiative that prevents Sacramento from taking over local zoning is the only thing that's going to help. And thankfully, we have a certified local coastal plan, which actually somewhat insulates us a little bit as to what Councilmember Baji was talking about a few minutes ago. So very much in favor of opposing this bill. And I highly suggest that all of us up here on the council, including the mayor, write to the state legislators and to highly oppose this, Al Mirasucci and everyone else, because this is dangerous statewide. People in Barstow will be affected by this badly. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I concur with everything Nils said. There were 3 cities that were the basis of what eventually became the Coastal Act, and Redondo is one of them. The gentleman who authored the initial initiative that grew into the Coastal Act surfed in Redondo and saw the wall of development going up that blocked the way he used to get down to the beach. And he saw that growing. And actually, the fact that we have Veterans Park was citizen intervention with a referendum, I believe. And then finally, when the Coastal Commission was formed, Zuliger Park is their first attempt in Redondo to say no more. You have to keep that open space between that giant development that basically raised our old downtown. And we've been trying to recover from that since then. If you followed Heart of the City, that was supposed to be restoring our downtown, which was where those condos are along Catalina. The city hall used to be there. There was lots of thriving business. And once you put that wall up, it separated the people from the harbor. So that's we're one of the cities that was the instigator for the whole Coastal Act. This is an attempt to take that Coastal Act away. The biggest impact to this for us is if you ever park down here in the summer, on a sunny day, you know that parking is at a premium. I'm 3 blocks back from the beach, and we can't find parking during the summer because people want to use the beach, and it's parked full all the way from the pier back. And this erodes that. It prohibits the city from requiring parking with new development that fits what the bill describes as affordable housing, which is largely market rate housing with a couple units tacked onto it to say it's affordable. So I would hope this council would vote tonight to oppose that and would take individual actions to also to write and represent extreme displeasure with the way this is going. So with that, I see, okay. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand and share the concern for and am in favor of affordable housing in California. And I'm also in favor of protecting and preserving coastal access and ensuring that we have environmentally responsible and sustainable development in the coastal zone. And unfortunately, AB 2560 is currently written, is in conflict and not in harmony with that. And so for those reasons, Mr. Mayor, I'm unable to support AB 2560 in its current form.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, I'd like to ask for city attorney. I was just reviewing some case law that said that when you have a voter initiative, which is the Coastal Act, unless the Coastal Act says that it can be modified by the legislature, a proposition passed by the voters can only be amended by the voters. So I haven't got to dig into the Coastal Act enough, but does the Coastal Act allow the legislature to amend it is a question I'd like to hear answered. And I'd also like to know if this were passed, what recourse would the city have, if any, or standing to challenge the law on that basis? All right, but with that said,
Is he coming?
If he's,
Not seen him, but we could certainly, this is going to have to come back with either a letter or a resolution, so we can certainly look into those questions.
Let me address one of your, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So I don't know about the legal actions, but I do know the initial initiative isn't called the Coastal Act, but it had a sunset date. But out of that came the legislation that is called the Coastal Act today. So the initiative is done and it's sunsetted, but it formed the Coastal Commission and what is today called the Coastal Act. So legislation can, and they have appended it. If you read the Coastal Act today, there's a lot of add-ons to it that didn't go to a vote of the people.
well, then that answers my question that the legislature can modify it. In any event, I'll make a motion to prepare a letter to our legislators and the governor opposing this for signature by all the council members and mayor.
You prefer letter to resolution?
I mean,
No,
it's a resolution. If we pass a resolution, it's just going to sit here, right?
no, we can
Versus
send it off to them as well.
we send it out.
Yeah, we would send it. We would forward the resolution
Can we do both?
expressing the intention, the policy position of the city as it pertains to the bill.
Can we do both?
Yeah, sure. We can do a cover letter and a reso, if you'd like.
Sure. All right, so moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, let's see, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I'm not going to say much more than what's been said. But here we go again, basically. Another attack on our coast. If you all want to see what the future is, look at Miami Beach. Anybody that has ever been there knows how difficult it is to see the ocean from there or to access a beach, private beach clubs, parking. And everybody thinks, oh, this is just some Tony beach community protecting their land. It is, we are protecting this for everybody that comes out to the beach every summer, whether it's Seaside Lagoon or the beach itself. It's packed during summer. It's going to get way worse with no parking. And I just don't see anything here that's going to benefit in terms of lowering housing cost in the name of shilling for developers, honestly. I find this really abominable. I think everybody that sees this, and the Coastal Commission itself, I mean, as when said, it's taking away our power, but talk about an assault on the Coastal Commission. My gosh. I hope that everybody out there, we talked about all of us writing, I hope everybody that's watching this, I hope the people that are covering it in the newspaper, go and put pressure on these legislators because they are relentless and they need to be stopped. And we're just the first obstacle in their way. They're going to keep going and not doing it in the best interest of residents or not doing it in the best interest of honestly people looking for real estate. This is not going to do anything for lowering the cost. And we're going to have Miami Beach or the Costa del Sol of Spain. Anybody knows that coasts that are worth protecting, those are usually and are protected are usually the nicest areas to visit when you go on vacation. And so I want everybody to think about that. Everybody that's out there, please consider writing to Senator Allen, to Assemblymember Maritsucci, who are actually on our side, but also to everybody else. Write Senator Wiener, write Mr. Alvarez, and everybody else that's behind this bill, and make sure you put enough pressure on them to know that this is wrong. It's got to stop here. They are relentless, and they have not stopped and showed any sign of stopping. So other than that, everything else has been said. Well done, Mr. Nierenheim, and summarizing what happened with the Coastal Act and why it was formed. It's just getting worse and worse. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Anyone from the public wish to speak to this item? Anybody online? Okay, let's take the vote. All four?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, item O, city manager items.
Nothing this evening, Mayor.
Okay. Let's see, item P, mayor and council items. And should we combine with referrals to staff?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
P is, we don't have any items for P, so you want to go to Q. Yes.
Yeah, we don't have P, so we're going to referrals.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Councilmember Nierenheim?
I'm not sure, we talked about this, Mayor Light, regarding the sea line. We set aside money for a geologist.
set aside money for a couple of things, environmental review as well as potential legal action. So we have kind of a pot of money for those types of considerations.
The EIR is supposed to come back in April now?
Yeah, I'm hearing a couple of different things, but yeah, April's the earliest. It may be that they divorce the alignment decision with the EIR. I'm not sure yet what the final discussion is going to be, but it looks like that's the earliest that they'll be taking this up.
Is there a need to either go into closed session to talk about the EIR?
We're planning on doing that.
Okay. And what about the geologist that we had?
That would be coupled with that conversation.
Don't we need to be doing that work now in order to submit before the EIR becomes finalized?
Depends on the strategy, which is.
Isn't that a closed session?
That's what potential. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to be bringing that back to
In
us?
fact, if all goes well, we'll have that on next week's agenda for consideration.
Okay. I was at Sunset Riviera. I'll be talking about that next week. Great work on the backstops, Public Works. It looks fantastic. Where are we with the room share ordinance?
Yeah,
Planning Commission.
I've got to check in with Sean on that and get back to you. I'm not sure what the status is on that possible ordinance discussion and whether or not that direction was given.
That was during the Catalina Village.
Yeah, I can't lead a conversation to come back. I think we're playing. I'm just not sure where we're at with that. So I'll find out and let you know offline.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
None for me. I've talked to the city manager about a few items, but so nothing else, no.
Councilmember Kaluja.
None for me, thank you.
I'd like to make a referral for discussion for the Beach Life Ranch in September. If we could discuss area above the International Boardwalk where maybe tabling could be set up by community members who want to table outside of the festival and kind of capitalize on the foot traffic. If
You need a second?
anybody would like to second that, if not, then I will have tried.
So is there a second?
Yes, I will second.
All for it?
Aye.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it, thanks.
Councilmember Barron.
I have none.
I just have a quick thank you to city staff and to my fellow council members here for, I've been drinking from a fire hose the last few weeks and you guys have been helping me out a lot and I really appreciate it. The city staff has been amazing. You guys have been amazing, so I really appreciate it. Okay, let's see, with that,
We will go back in on a
just a closed.
number of closed session items, and I believe we do have to, unfortunately, read them all again.
All of them?
Not all of them, but most of them.
He's covering it.
We'll need you to read F1 through F7, F10 through F15, and then F17 through F22, unless we know specifically a couple that we're going to push. I'm not sure we're going to get through all of them tonight, but might be better to just read them.
And then Mike, you'll add who's going to participate.
Same as what we discussed earlier for F1 through F7 with the addition of Sean Scully, our Community Development Director. That'll be the next grouping that we'll discuss. And the other announcements mirror what was offered at the start of the meeting.
If it's agreeable with the mayor and council, we can move to a future agenda that hopefully, well, R10, R12, R13, and R14, and 15. So R10 and R12 through 15.
12 through 15?
Yeah.
That's fine with me.
So I need a motion to continue that, right? Can I get a motion to continue those items?
Motion to continue items R10, R12 through R15.
Second.
Any opposed? Okay. So we have to read the rest before we...
Yeah, so then just to revisit the reading, it'll be R1 through R7, R11, and then R17 through R22.
All right, R1 through R7 are conferences with legal counsel, existing litigation. authorized under Attorney-Client Privilege Government Code Section 54956.9D1. And those include R1, City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board, case number 20STCP 03193. R2 case is New Commune DTLA LLC and Leonard Postanolovich versus City of Redondo Beach and City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, case number 22TRCP 00203. Item 3 is case Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al., case number 23STCP 00426. Item 4, case New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23 STCV 10146. Item 5, case is 9300 Wilshire LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 23 STCP 02189. Item 6, case in Ray 9300 Wilshire LLC, bankruptcy CD Cal case number 223BK 10918ER. Item 7, case is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sonia Traus, an individual versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive, case number 23 TRCP 00325. And R8. R11, conference with legal counsel, case name City of Redondo Beach, a California charter city, City of Carson, a California charter city, City of Torrance, a California charter city, City of Whittier, a California charter city, City of Del Mar, a California charter city versus Rob Bonta in his official capacity as California Attorney General, State of California, and those 1 through 50 inclusive, case number 22 STCP 01143. And then item 17 is conference with real property negotiator, closed session authorized under Government Code Section 54956.8. Agency negotiator includes the city manager, Mike Wazansky, Greg Kapovich, Waterfront and Economic Development Director, for property 103 West Torrance Boulevard, 105 West Torrance Boulevard, 107 West Torrance Boulevard, 109 West Torrance Boulevard, 111 West Torrance Boulevard, 113 West Torrance Boulevard, 115 West Torrance Boulevard, 117 West Torrance Boulevard, 119 West Torrance Boulevard, 121 West Torrance Boulevard, 123 West Torrance Boulevard, 125 West Torrance Boulevard, 127 West Torrance Boulevard, 129 West Torrance Boulevard, 131 West Torrance Boulevard, 123 International Boardwalk, Redondo Beach, 179 North Harbor Drive, Redondo Beach, and all of the other ones in Torrance Boulevard were all Redondo Beach as well. Negotiating parties include Larry Cosmont, Cosmont Real Estate Services. Under review, leasing strategy. Item 18, conference with real property negotiator under Government Code Section 54956.8, agency negotiator, city manager Mike Wazansky, Greg Kapovich, Waterfront and Economic Development Director, Dave Cherobi, Senior Management Analyst, for property at 102 through 164 International Boardwalk, Redondo Beach, Redondo Beach Basin 3 Marina, a portion of APN 7503-002-932. Negotiating party, Greg Stanton, Property Manager, Redondo Beach Marina. Under negotiation, both price and terms. Item 19, conference with real property negotiator, closed session authorized under Government Code Section 54956.8. Agency negotiator, city manager Mike Wazansky, Greg Kapovich, Waterfront and Economic Development Director, property 203 and 240 Fisherman's Wharf, Redondo Beach, a portion of APN 7505-002-913. Negotiating parties, Concord Real Estate Management, Pier Plaza Office. Under negotiation, lease status, price, and terms. Item 20, conference with real property negotiator authorized by Government Code Section 54956.8. Agency negotiator, city manager Mike Wazansky, Greg Kapovich, waterfront and economic development director. Property portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot and Seaside Lagoon, portions of APNs 7503-029-900 and 7503-033-903. Negotiating party, Allen Sanford Beach Life Festival LLC. Under negotiations, both price and terms. Item 21, conference with real property negotiator, authorized under Government Code Section 54956.8. Agency negotiator, city manager Mike Wazansky, Greg Kapovich, waterfront and economic development director. Property 230 Portofino Way, Redondo Beach, a portion of APN 7505-002-932. Negotiating parties, Allen Sanford Beach Life Festival LLC. Under negotiations, both price and terms. And item 22, conference with real property negotiator, authorized under Government Code Section 54956.8. Agency negotiator, city manager Mike Wazansky, Greg Kapovich, waterfront and economic development director. Property is 239 and 245 North Harbor Drive, Redondo Beach, a portion of APN 7503-029-900. Negotiating parties, Allen Sanford and Jeff Jones, California Surf Club. Under negotiation, both price and terms. And that concludes the closed session items.
Thank you. So we will recess to closed session or reconvene in a closed session.
20 minutes.
Pardon?
20 minutes. Half hour, tops.
Yeah. 1 minute per item.
For at least one.
Hey, I lost my,
You could turn the mics on the remote, tilt them up.
oh, they're good.
There's three of us. I don't want to open without the guys who are going to make the referrals, unless you guys are going to make the referrals.
I'm not.
Is Scott coming?
You can start now.
Okay. We're going to reconvene the open session. Do we have to do a roll call?
Yeah.
Okay.
Roll call.
Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember Klujarevic,
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein, Councilmember Narenheim, Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Me, here. Okay, so we're going to go back to, well, any.
Just for the record, no reportable action for the items in closed session that we considered after open
I'll make a
session.
motion to reconsider item Q.
Item Q.
Second.
Which is the
Referrals.
referrals to staff. We have a motion and a second. Can we, anybody opposed? Okay, so I will entertain referrals to staff.
All right.
I'll make a,
Go for it.
make a motion to have a discussion next week, or first week of April, for Article 27,
Ballot measure amendment.
ballot measure amendment.
Okay, we have a motion and a, we get a second?
I'll second it.
Ensure it doesn't conflict with state law, or to clarify that it doesn't conflict with state law.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Okay.
Second referral is to include the 360 analysis in the management.
City manager review.
City manager review.
And-
The 360? Yeah, 360.
Would,
Not the salary.
and not the salary?
What about?
We should add them both and then we can discuss it.
Yeah, let's have them both. Put them both, yeah.
Sorry,
Comp.
a discussion, we need to have a discussion on including the 360, right, Mike?
I think.
Both of it.
And salary
360 and the
analysis.
salary analysis.
Okay, all right.
Are we gonna add it to the contract?
No,
We're gonna discuss that in-
we have to agendize having the discussion first, so
Yes.
agendize a discussion for next week, should be short, about adding to the city manager review contract, the 360 review and a salary analysis.
As a contract amendment.
Yeah, as a contract.
Which were the, as I recall, the additives
Right.
that were contemplated in the original agreement. So it's really, it's a discussion about including those two scope of services
Right.
into the contract.
I'll
Right.
second that.
I
So we
think
have
you
a
probably
motion
could
and
do
a
that in one discussion.
We have we have a motion and a second. Anybody opposed? Well, I'll go, everybody for it?
Yes.
Aye, that's unanimous. Can I get a motion
To
to,
adjourn.
Second.
motion and a second? Everybody for it?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.